Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Today's judge is Mr. Glenn Martin from Mason, Texas. Glenn grew up in Mason, Texas, where his family roots date back to the 1860s. He attended Texas A&M University and was an accomplished collegiate meats and livestock evaluator. Glenn is married to Rayanne, and they've raised 4 daughters through the ranching lifestyle. The Martin family raises competitive show goats, cattle, and Dorper sheep, and his girls have won Grand or Reserve Grand at more than 60 major livestock shows nationwide. Glenn has evaluated both breeding and market shows in 25 states, including numerous state fairs and various shows at Fort Worth, Houston, Louisville, and the American Royal. He spends countless hours helping youth excel in the livestock world through clinics, seminars, and his Bracing for Success camps. Glenn is always into promoting agriculture and educating others about the animal industry. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Glenn Martin. Class 2, you can start making your way to the show ring, please. Ellie Berger, Corey Garn, Presley Walker, Kylie Miller, Layla Deeds, Corey Garn, Dylan Pittman, Drew Hiller, Kinsley Kogianius, Addison Perkins, Cooper Anderson, and Carson Hickson.
Well, a nice class to start out on. And first of all, I want to say thank you. Thank you for the invite to come and evaluate your market livestock. I enjoy working with young people, enjoy evaluating livestock, and tell you what I see today, all throughout the day. You can agree and disagree, and that's great. That's what makes the world go round. I think we've got a nice class here. We've got a bunch of really good showmen. I appreciate their efforts in presenting their livestock. I'll tell you what I see here and make some comments in about on down the rest of the class. The most dynamic one on the way in is the one that leads off, and that's the one that caught me, hit me the hardest. And then as I get up over the top of this one, you combine the look and the balance and the profile, the right type of rib cage, progression of width and shape and touch. Here in a lightweight class of market lambs, frankly, we've got some that are too raw. We've got some that are a little too lean, and we have some that have a little too much cover. And so in balancing all of that out, it's difficult. You could size up and really run a set of fat ones in and start all those, or you could run some thinner ones in and talk about cutability. For me, I just like to organize it according to how my eye sees it. That's the most complete one. That's the one that's got the most good parts and pieces. I like his flexibility. I like his ability to move in the ring. I like his levelness of top line, his balance from the side. Get right over the top of him. He's fresh, still firm, very, very shapely. Probably give him a little more reach as he pulls his back leg to the center of his body. But by combinations, that's the one that makes the most sense here. The one it comes into is a little greener. And if you want to call him dry or loined, hey, that's what he is. But I'll tell you this, that one is built good in terms of top line and underline. He's good in terms of the way he moves his feet and legs. He maintains a leveler look. He's taller at the point of his shoulder. He's longer in his hind saddle. He's longer there in his hip structure and his hookup. At the end of his dock, we could adjust him a little. Frankly, he wants to roll and round out just a little bit. He's not as fresh as our class winner when you get your hands right on him. We just like to change a few things about that one, but genuine basic build, forearm, natural width, flexibility, elevation up front. That one suits me there to be 2. Nice one comes in 3, and one that I love just in terms of width and mass, in terms of rib cage and top shape. Awful good one here. Set that ewe lamb in motion. She drops her front end out too far. Her neck is shorter than 1 and 2. She gets a little pudgy. I'm just going to tell you, some people would roll her down over here. For me, I like the quality sort in this class for that one to be 3. Very, very high quality. Gets a little straighter in her hock. One that gets a little shorter from her last rib back to the end of her dock. If we can extend her there and up front, that one gets to move up toward the front of our class. Little greener one comes next in class, and I like the added shot in terms of length of spine and length of skeleton here. I like him better probably on the move than I do the brace. I think she overdoes it. She wants to roll his front end just back out. I'd rock him back like that and hit him a little softer. I like him moving. It's good. Long in terms of body, in terms of hind saddle, extremely long. One that again is a little bit greener. Might read him just a little long in terms of his shoulder blade, maybe a little tighter in his flank. One that at 110, 15, 20 pounds, you have to appreciate the quality in that one compared to some of the rest in the class. Round out our class with one that's a little inverted in terms of her underline. And frankly, if we could drop the flank in this one comparative to her depth of shoulder and chest, I would like that one quite a bit. She's fresh. She's uniform in terms of her cover. She's covered just about properly. For me, we just have to drop her in her flank line. You get right over the top of her. I like the progression of width that we see in this one. I just want to change her there in her underline. Some of the rest maybe have a little more flank wool. This one doesn't. And you can see truly that she wants to tuck from the center back into her flank. Good stock over here. A little bit plainer one comes right out next. Gets a little pointy in terms of our hip. One that gets too deep in terms of her shoulder blade, too shallow in terms of the leg. Pretty good from the side though, young lady. I like that one you get on the side. Another one gets a little plainer chested. This one gets a little plainer chested in terms of loin edge. Get down to this one. One for me gets a little shorter in terms of our hip structure, plenty of muscle. And then I think we just plane out from a balance and body type standpoint. Put your hands together for all these kids. Nice class here in class 1.
Our division champion banners today for the Lamb Show. The champions are sponsored by Dorval Club Lambs from Fromberg, Montana. The reserve champion banners are sponsored by 406 Club Lambs, Manhattan, Montana. Next Level Images from Mount Pleasant, Texas are the exclusive photographers for the 2023 NILE Stock Show. All champion and reserve breed champions are required to have their backdrop photos taken. Everyone is welcome and encouraged to have their photos taken at the backdrop. All photos, ring and backdrop, will be available to view in the northeast corner of the Expo Center. Please let them know if you need anything specific while they are here throughout the week. As a reminder, please, no photography at the backdrop or ringside. Thank you. Also, you can watch all the shows this weekend live at showbarnflix.com or on the Showbarn Flix Facebook page. Class 3, if you'd start making your way to the show ring, please. Brooke Shirk, Gabe Volpe, Madison Stanley, Kaylee Landini, Addison Sharp, Haley O'Hannon, Layla Sargent, Paige Farley, Henry Rolfs, Parker Skinner, Aiden Middlemist, Baylor Johnson, and Addison Gronley. Class number 3.
Well, good class comes out here, and one that hits the ring, and you just have to like in terms of bone density, rib cage, natural width, freshness of touch. Young ladies here that comes out at the front of the class. We could maybe pull that one's breastplate right up into it if we want to make a perfect one. Maybe could adjust it right there at the end of its dock. We redock those things in our country, and literally the hip lays really level in this one. He just wants to roll. She wants to roll right at the end of her dock. Now you talk about one that's hollow-chested and big forearmed, extremely cagey, very, very fresh to the touch, one that motors and flexes and goes and is deceptively big-hipped, big-pinned, and very, very shapely in a stifle. That's the one that suits me the best. That one has more forearm, more natural chest width, more cylindrical shape to its body and cage than the one that comes in two. This 1 and 2 is a notch taller shouldered, a notch longer bodied, one that's extremely fresh to the touch, not as dimensional in terms of rack shape, not as big at the edge of her loin, doesn't pull as big back from the last rib to her hip, but an awful nice one there. And from a flexibility standpoint and ability to go ahead and function and reach and go, I like that one quite a bit. The one that comes in 3 looks a notch neater to me on the stand than the 1 in 2. We set that one in motion. Chest wants to come down, wants to get low at the top of our blade, roll out of our hip just a little more. In terms of genuine build, more similar to our class winner for me, just as it stands still. We get out here and watch that thing go. That's the one that drops its chest comparative to 1 and 2, gets longer in terms of shoulder blades, shorter at our hip, doesn't handle our rear too as good as that pair that comes 1 and 2 in class. That one is so much fresher, denser in terms of shape than the ones that come one that comes in 4. I think it's just natural that she fits there. The 1 in 4 is one that you appreciate for elevation, length of body, similar to the 1 in 2. This one's not as fresh from the last rib back to the hip. We have to freshen that one up at the edge of his loin, set him in motion. He gets up just a bit in his shoulder angle in his knee, wants to push just a bit forward in his knee, doesn't reach and go off his front two as we see the trio that comes ahead of him in class. A young man does a great job getting him posted up and set here. For me, I'd just like to make him a notch more flexible out of his front end, make him more descriptive in terms of his shape from his last rib back to his hip. Round out our top 5 with one that's big-footed, one that's big-caged, one that's got a lot of shape in terms of rack, one that's got a lot of side shape in terms of stifle. Set that one in motion. That one has to be sounder at both ends of his skeleton for me. That one's got to be more elevated in terms of his chest floor, longer in terms of his neck. One that you appreciate from a carcass merit, cutability standpoint. Lots of good in that sheep. I think as you get him comparatively, not as attractive, rounds a bit at his shoulder, rounds a bit at his hip, pulls his back leg under him. Just have to change him in those attributes, but a really good top 5. We get over here, we've got one that really flat-backed and one that's long in terms of top line. Get right here at this angle. Hip's not big enough. Funnels too much in terms of lower leg. One that's shapely here gets shorter, lower fronted and plainer. Another one here that gets dry in terms of loin edge. Blue sheep is dynamic looking, big bone, little round loin. One that gets plainer in terms of description of muscle shape. Young man's got one here that's performed extremely good, gets a little flatter and plainer, a little deeper chested. Similarly, young lady here has one that's just got a little too much cover, a little plainer looking. Let's put our hands together for all these kids in your second class.
Thank you, Glenn. Results of class number 2. In first place, Corey Garn. Second, Addison Perkins. Third, Kinsley Kojanis. Fourth, Cooper Anderson. And in 5th place, Corey Garn.
Interesting class here, and really when this sheep hit the ring, I thought to myself, well, that is a trim, high cut ability, pretty nice looking sheep. I didn't really think with the leg wool that's underneath him in terms of how he balances at the surface, I didn't think maybe that would be our class winner. But you know, the reality is, you analyze this one pound for what he is. That one is up in front. That one's flat backed. That one's flexible, sound in his skeleton. He's really good in his underline. He is very shapely. He is very trim. And that just fits here. And you start analyzing him comparative to the rest of the class. And frankly, what are you going to beat him with? That's a good place to start. He needs to be a little, maybe just a little better in terms of his wool if you want him to balance. He gets in just a little at his knees, not as big in his upper hip and pin set as the sheep that comes in too. But in terms of just putting good things together, and you want to talk about carcass merit, that sheep leads off, and I think he has to fit there. The one that comes in two is just a little pudgy. That one wants to stand still. She doesn't put quite enough pressure on him. He rolls his hock forward a little. You get that one in motion. That one is big caged and big muscled. That one is very, very descriptive. His rack. He's good in terms of his hip. I like his length of hip. For me, he just gets maybe a notch pudgy. From this angle, probably like the one in three. Just if y'all will stand still and let me talk and compare for the rest of this day, it would be awesome. And I'm not picking on you, okay? Everybody else has done that. But as a judge, it's a whole lot better and more fun for me if I can just talk and compare back and forth. And then when I'm done, hey, I'd love to shake every one of your hands or fist bump you as you leave the ring. And I hate to do that to the young lady in the pink coat out here, but reality is it's a whole lot easier for me, and I'm not actually done contrasting and talking back and forth between the pair. That one that's in two is really cagey. He's very shapely at his rack. He's not as lean and high cut ability as the one that came out in front. For me, he looks a little pudgy here. I like the added length of spine of the one that comes in three. I like the fact that this one in three is a shot more flexible if you read him at shoulder angle and knee. He's truly probably bigger footed, even though he doesn't have quite as much wool. And there is a comparison there that I see as an evaluator. For me, this one in three gets too narrow on both ends of his skeleton. If that guy comes straight to you, we have to open him up. In his chest floor, he goes away from you. He's not near as big hipped, as big pinned, or as shapely in his stifle as one and two that come out in class. Gets a little plainer. You get right there in his lower shoulder, and that's one reason is because he does come a bit narrow at both ends of his skeleton. If we can pull the one in four back inside of his skeleton and his hock and smooth him in his hip loin, I like that one quite a bit. You set four in motion, that one gets outside, he pushes, he's wide and square, but he gets a little far, tests the surface for me, if you will, in terms of width going away, shortens in his hip comparative to 1, 2, and 3. That one is very shapely, he's lean, he's high cut ability, you've done a very good job of feeding him. I want to rearrange him there from his last rib back to his hip. I want to change the way he handles his back leg. He has just got so much more just in terms of carcass merit, in terms of rib cage and natural width than the one that comes in 5. This one in 5 is tall shouldered, he's good looking, he's flat back. That one similar to the one here in front in 3, gets a little narrow, doesn't have as much forearm, doesn't have as much cage, not as big in terms of his loin edge or his hip, not as shapely in his stifle. Good one there just from a quality standpoint. I like the cutability in that guy. We're having some cutability issue, and I know a lot of people don't talk about it, but it is important in market lambs and market livestock. Good one here just in terms of width and cage and build. That one's just too pudgy and too fat and too soft for me at the forerib. Get one that flattens just a bit in terms of his upper rib cage, gets a little longer shouldered, a little plainer, if you will, when we set him in motion. Blue one comes next in class, one that's shorter and rounder hipped. Like to change that about that one. We get one here that just gets a little rounder hip, tighter flank, deeper chested. Come on down the line, we've got a little plainer one in terms of condition, tighter flank, lighter muscled. Right there next to the end, we've got one that's big footed, gets a little dry in terms of his look and his skin. We just round out the class with one that's a little frailer, a little flatter, and a little plainer. Let's put our hands together for all these kids.
Thank you, Glenn. Results of class number 3. In first place, Kaylee Landini. Second, Brooke Shirk. Third, Gabe Volpe. Fourth, Layla Sargent. And in fifth place, Baylor Johnson.
Well, good class out here, and taking nothing away from these that we have down the line. Few that get a little plainer, some that are stout and plain, some that are a little frail. High cut ability, not long enough hip, a little twisty hock. We've got good sheep over here, but we have a really competitive class here. And I just think as a class goes, for me, the most competitive just from a top 5 standpoint pretty easily. And then you get out and you just start evaluating that 5. And for me, I think it sorts to a pair that move a bit better, that are smoother in their top line, that have a little more flank in terms of underline, and really that touch good, that touch fresh and firm. They're lean, they're muscular. And then we've got one that's just more elite in terms of length of spine and length of hind saddle elevation up front, the ability to move and maintain that levelness and that elevation of top line. Young lady leads off with a really nice one here, and one that I like how she presents him in terms of getting him stuck and moving him around the ring. Comfort level's really good. He comes to us shallower chested. He comes to us just a nickel trimmer. Comes to us just a little longer bodied, a little longer hind saddle, a little longer hipped, if you will. And I think from a flexibility standpoint, he sets back in his shoulder angle and his knee. He's a nickel more flexible in terms of his hock than the one that comes in 2. Love the body and the stoutness of this creature in 2. He's better than the one in 3 in terms of neck set, in terms of the way his neck ties right out the top of his blade. He's better than the one in 3 in terms of levelness of top line. In terms of his underline, he's better than 3. For me, comparative to 1, he's a little upright in terms of his shoulder angle and his knee. Doesn't reach quite as good with his back leg or drive it as far behind his dock. When he moves, he gets a little longer in terms of his shoulder, a little deeper in his chest comparative. That thing handles like a man. Do a very nice job of getting him presented. Not as wild in terms of his look comparative to our class winner. That one making his touch and his tone to his muscle really fit. For me, he's a little rougher back. Neck set's just a little bit low. Like to change him in his underline just a bit. The one that comes 4 in class, I like the underline better than the one in 3. In terms of his length of shoulder, in terms of his breastplate that sticks out the front, his length of body and length of hip, he plays out compared to 1, 2, and 3. He's not as dynamic or as radical in his shape from his last rib back to his hip. Got a lot of side shape in this guy, and I like that. When I stand here on the side, stifle joint to outside curvature of his leg, like that quite a bit. You get right over the top of him. He's not as expanded right there from his last rib back. Here's one that gets a little more moderate, runs downhill just a bit, a little plainer in how we move him. Got a nice looking one here that comes 5 in class, one that's got big feet, one that's pretty cagey. Get on both ends of that one, skeleton. He's the narrowest of the top 5. Got to change him just in terms of natural width, both ends of his skeleton from his last rib back to his upper hip. We've got to make him bigger and stouter. Very, very good class. Appreciate the effort of all of these showmen. Put your hands together for them. Let's congratulate them.
Thank you, Glenn. Results of class number 4: in first place, J.C. Sulcer. Second, Kinsley Kojanis. Third, Katie Morrison. Fourth, Jason Hewley. And in 5th place, Cooper Anderson. After our next class, we will be bringing back the 1st and 2nd place lambs in class 1 through 5 for the selection of our champion and reserve champion lightweight.
Well, challenging class here. I want to say, first of all, thank you to the fellow outside that loaned us a halter and helped us catch that sheep. Didn't want that young man to have to suffer through that any longer. And I told him sometimes stock doesn't act like show stock. And today his didn't want to be a show sheep, but that doesn't have anything to bear on you. Done a nice job. Uh, get back out here and talk about our top five. I think some variation in the top five, and I think two that come to the front, and one of those for me that just does the nicest job of putting the most good things together, particularly from a balance standpoint out here. We've just got some issue with balance and movement as a set of sheep within this class and within these peers, and yet we have one that leads off and I think does so pretty easily in terms of body type and cage and balance from the side, top line, underline, deck set, touch and tone to shape and muscle. I think that's a nice place to start. He's not the biggest footed. He could be a little bigger there. He wants to push his breastbone out and down just a little bit from the front of his body. But in terms of just genuineness, I think that's a great place to be. Young lady does a nice job of getting him presented. He's better in his underline. He's better in his top line. He's more correct in his neck set than the one that comes directly behind him. Ewe lamb that comes out 2 in class, extremely long-bodied, very lean, very muscular, very shapely. She's shallower in her chest. She's bolder in her upper forerib than the one that comes in 3. For me, she's better off her rear 2 than the one that comes in 3. She just wants to open in her lower shoulder. Her neck set's a little low. She dries out in her flank comparative to our class winner, but a good one there in 1 and 2. This 1 and 3, tall-shouldered type of sheep, gets a little deeper and longer in her plate, one that dries just a little back here in terms of her flank. Where I really want to change that one is upper forerib and cage. And you stand over that one, you can see it, don't have to just touch it. She's not as shapely, as radical in terms of her rack, not as bold in her upper forerib, shortens just a little in terms of her hip, doesn't blend as smooth or as fresh at her hip and her loin edge as does 1 and 2. But a nice one there that comes 3 in class, lots of positives in that female. I do like that one just in terms of body type and levelness of dock over the one that comes 4. Long spine type sheep that handles well, is lean and muscular, one that I think travels better in terms of lower shoulder and back leg usage than the 1 in 5. She's just not as good in terms of her genuine build, in terms of the way she handles from her last rib back comparative to 1, 2, and 3, but a nice blue ewe lamb there. The one that comes in 5, lean and muscular sheep, one that I like when I put my hands on that guy, set him in motion, and I don't really care for him. He gets lower fronted, drops out in his chest, has too much angle and set. You don't hear that often out of me in a back leg structure, but he does carry too much set in his back leg and his hock. He wants to just get a little odd in how he handles himself on the move, planes out comparative as he moves to this top 5, but a nice set there. Let's put our hands together. We have good sheep over here. This one's a little chubby for me. Young man's gets a little out in terms of her loin edge and rib cage. One that gets a little drier and harder to the touch. Need to freshen the center up in that one. Got one here that's performed well, just a little plainer in terms of muscle shape. Put your hands together for these folks.
Thank you, Glenn. Results of class number 5. In first place, Montana Stevenson. Second, Regan Neidiger. Third, Deanna Young. Fourth, Paige Farley. And in 5th place, Layla Sargent. We will now have our first and seconds enter in the ring for our lightweight division champion. Out of class 1, Colbin Klassen and Jason Hewley. Class 2, Corey Garn and Addison Perkins. Class 3, Kaylee Landini and Brooke Shark. Class 4, J.C. Sulser and Kinsley Kojanis. And in Class 5, Montana Stevenson and Reagan Neidiger.
Well, a very good lightweight division here. Congrats to these kiddos that came back out. Let's put our hands together for them and all the exhibitors here out of your Division One. Good quality through these classes. Talked about them. Probably talked too much for some of you, and that's okay. Just want you to understand what I see, whether you agree or not. That's all good. Um, I do like the set that we have here. I think they're lean, they're muscular, they're proportional. Did the best job of sorting the best ones to the front, just from build and balance and look standpoint. We've got some quality here, and yet with that being said, I think there is one that's just a little more elite than the rest. I'll put the mic down. I'll get you a champ. We'll move one across and get you a reserve. Once again, put your hands together for these kids.
Your grand champion lightweight market lamb goes to J.C. Sulcer from Heber, Utah. Reserve champion goes to Kinsley Kojonas from Spanish Fork, Utah. We have a lot of sponsors to get through this morning. Without these folks, we sure wouldn't be able to put on these junior fed shows. So if you see these folks anywhere around today or tomorrow, please thank them for their contribution here at the show today. We would like to welcome you to the 56th Annual NILE Stock Show and welcome you to the Montana Ford Show Ring, your local Montana Ford store. Who wouldn't want more power to tow and haul on the job? The 2022 Ford Super Duty features strong performance with a powerful lineup of available engines. There's the available 6.7-liter Power Stroke V8 turbo diesel, which features a 1,050 pound-foot of torque, as well as the available 7.3-liter gas V8, which features the best gas power ratings in its class. Don't settle for second best when you can own a Ford, the best-selling truck in America for over 44 years. Your local Ford dealer has a Super Duty for you. Go see for yourself. My good friend Steve McEwen at Stock Show Secrets would like to wish every exhibitor the best of luck. Stock Show Secret brand supplements have innovated the livestock show industry. Like their competitors, Stock Show Secrets offers performance-based products to make your animals do and look better. But Stock Show Secrets also offers products for a safer show experience, a more rewarding show experience. They believe that no matter how good an animal is, it won't place very well if they cannot get shown well. That is what makes Stock Show Secrets different. Check them out online, on Facebook, or Instagram at stockshowsecrets.com. AgWest Credit Services. Thanks to AgWest Credit Services and all the folks with AgWest Credit for their support of NILE and the Junior Fed Youth, sponsor of the prizes today for our show.
Well, very competitive class here, best class we've seen just in terms of depth, top to bottom. We've got good sheep over here that didn't make it into our top five. Young man's got a nice one there. It's shapely, just plays out in terms of loin edge. Gets a little more moderate in her outline and a little deeper. Young man here's got a big, tall, extended, good-looking one. Not powerful enough. Last rib back here to our hip and stifle compared to those. Got a pretty dense one here from a muscularity standpoint. Gets a little plainer looking. One here gets a little frumpy, like me. I want to lean that one up, trim that one back just a little bit. Big and extended, nice just in terms of the width at the surface and matching the surface and the bottom of the body and then the top of our skeleton, and it all fits together for me. Not as big, not as extended in terms of framework as you see in 2 and 3, but one that I think puts a lot of good things together in terms of a 3D package. More dimensional as you get right over the top, most radical in terms of shape, the biggest and freshest at the edge of our loin. One for me that probably we could smooth up just here and there, and particularly loin to hip, just because that thing is so big pinned and so radical in terms of his shape. But that thing handles like a man, looks like a man, sounding square on the move, very, very dense in terms of bone work and foot size, and then has the parts and pieces to match to it. The one most like him in terms of handle and touch comes 2 in class. That one is radical up high, big pinned, really square in terms of how this one tracks. I like the added elevation in this one comparative to our class winner. And I think those two traits complement each other quite nicely. This one's big, sound, stout, really goes well. Not as big-footed, not as dense in terms of bone work, not as good in terms of center body and underline as our class winner, just not quite as radical in terms of shape. But that one is awful good looking, and you get right up in front of that one. That one's better in his breastplate, he's better in his chest floor, he's better in his lower shoulder, he's better in his flank than the one that sets in 3. This 1 in 3 is shapely, this one's fresh. Young man does a great job. Love the big hip and pin set in this one. Hey, park it right back there, I'm gonna finish, okay? Big hip and pin set in this one that comes in 3. Very square through his hock and back pasturing as well. Get right in front of that one. He gets out in his shoulder just a little in at his knee. His breastplate runs out forward compared to 1 and 2. Like to make him just a little neater right there at the bottom of his chest. You can see it when the young man gets off of it. You do a good job of getting that one stuck, son. I want you to know that. One that comes in 4. Wide, very practical, functional. Love the body type in this sheep. A little shorter coupled, a little shorter from his last rib back to the end of his hip. Gets a little softer and plainer to the touch from a muscularity standpoint compared to 1, 2, 3. He carries a little more center. For me, it takes away from it, detracts from his balance, and then you start handling him last rib back, upper loin edge. Hey, that one wants to round at his upper loin. You can see that where he ties into his hip. You get on top of him and touch him. He's just a bit softer and a bit plainer from a muscularity standpoint comparative to the trio in front of him. That one is sound. He's functional. For me, he's better just in terms of how he handles his leg work than the one that comes 5. Nice sheep in 5, and I like that sheep on the plant. We'll get to moving that one. Don't think he moves as well. Wants to round at the edge of his loin, a little drier there. Want to just make that one a notch fresher flanked, a notch fresher loin, make him a little more flexible comparatively. Good class. Let's congratulate these exhibitors as well.
Thanks, Glenn. Results of class number 6 in first place, Echo Bartles. Second, Tessa Delmore. Third, TJ Rumsey. Fourth, Zane Downey. And in 5th place, Echo Bartles.
Well, over on this side, didn't make in our top five. Blue sheep, it's got a lot of muscle, gets a little rough spined. Uh, lamb that's got some nice shape right there at his rack. Plays out in terms of his loin edge, smaller hip, certainly funnels in his leg compared to all those that come in front. We just have to make that one deeper twisted and stouter. This one gets really really deep chested for me out on the move. Wants to get a little flat footed and back. Not as good looking as he needs to be for me. A little softer and fatter, pudgier here. Same here, a little fatter. Got to have that one waist outer in terms of loin edge. Just a little plainer in terms of our look here. Have to have a bit more muscle. Nice sheep, just things that I would like to change in what I see in them. A young lady's blue lamb, when that one comes in, I think that's a trim, athletic, high quality sheep. And I still think that. And he leads off here because of those attributes. He's good in terms of his cage. He's very shapely up high. He transitions so smooth from his rack to his loin, back into his hip. Ideally, I'd like to tuck him up just a little in his chest, right there in his breastplate. If we can do that, I'd like him that much better. He's more dynamic and radical just in his touch. He's a little firmer to the touch and more shapely than the one that comes in two. Deceptively sneaky muscled is the 1 and 2. One that's sound. He's practical. He's youthful in terms of how he handles. He's fresh to the touch. He's very square backed. He's very smooth. Not as dimensional in his lower leg as our class winner. One that neck doesn't come out maybe exactly perfect, but that is a high quality sheep. It's flexible, he's sound, he's practical, he's youthful to the touch, and one here that fits in terms of carcass composition and merit. He's neater at the base of his chest. He's better at how he handles his front leg than the 1 and 3. 1 and 3 handles exceptional just in terms of leanness and carcass composition. I like that one quite a bit. Comparatively, that one's neck sets a little low, chest gets a little deeper when you set him in motion, pulls his knee forward, a little more upright in terms of his shoulder blade. Good sheep there as well. Just want to change a few things about him. One that comes next is real practical, very functional, big cage, has a lot of muscle shape, very wide, not as firm to the touch, not as fresh probably in his handle as that trio that come in front. The one that rounds out our top five, one that's exceptional in terms of forerib and cage and rack shape, not as big loin, not as good in terms of his underline and flank as those that we have out. Let's congratulate these kids on a good class.
Thank you, Glenn. Results of class number 7. In first place, Bailey Booth. Second, Tobin Prebish. Third, Tessa Delmore. Fourth, Addison Gronley. And in fifth place, Brooke Shirk.
Well, good class and good lambs, all that we have down back down here. One here that is a really nice cage. Not enough back here when you get right in behind him. Wants to funnel a bit. When he gets just a little plainer in terms of rib cage and loin edge compared to those that come in front. Bold one here in terms of cage. One that's got too much cover and dries out in terms of loin edge and look. We've got one here that's big and extended, lean, trim, high cutability sheep. Just runs out of steam in terms of forerib and flank. A young man's got one that's pretty big-footed, pretty good cage in that one. Got some natural width. Just gets a little plainer looking. So good sheep all the way down here, and then turn around and look at that top five. We had a trio that I felt like came out maybe and just did better things, and then I think it sorts to that pair there at the front of the class. I love the shape and the one that leads off. I really appreciate that one just in terms of how he handles. He's shapely, he's bold, he's progressive in width. He's big right behind his blade and gets bigger out to his pin set. He offers more natural width. He offers more dimension up high. He offers more stifle shape than the one that comes two in class. Arguably, maybe doesn't swing his feet and legs quite as far. Maybe not genuinely as athletic as the one in two. But you combine leanness, muscularity, balance, and proportion and throw that in that kind of skeleton, that one's got lots of good things. That one and two I like just from a balance and levelness and eye appeal standpoint. That one's got lots of quality. He's lean, he's high cutability. He gives up a little bit of punch just in terms of shape behind his blade, upper hip, and stifle shape to our class winner. I like that thing on the move. Young man does a nice job with him. He's more genuine in terms of his true back shape, in terms of his upper hip and pin set from a levelness and squareness standpoint. He handles his hock better than the one that comes in three. One in three, I like that one from an elevation up front, depth of center, depth of flank, progression of flank. When you read him from his forerib back, that thing does lots of good things, and he's got great big feet and legs, and he's got nice woolen back. Here's one that rounds his hip. He's less descript in terms of shape comparative to one and two. We can rack that one up just a bit, level him up at his hip and pin set. That one gets more competitive out here, but a nice sheep there as well. He does function better out of his hip and hind leg than the one in four. Love the shape in this one, young lady. That one is really shapely. That one is a lead in terms of shape and touch. You've done a great job of feeding him. I don't care for his hip. I don't care for his length of hip. I don't care for his back leg posture. Gets a little straight, a little odd in how he handles it in and out when he goes. He wants to duck his pins, get a little far underneath him. If I can level his hip, change his hock angle, that one gets up to the front as well. Nice sheep here, bread and butter sheep here. I think one that's just got all the good parts and pieces you like to see. Not as dynamic looking. We set that one in motion. His chest comes out, his shoulder blade opens up, the lower point of his shoulder gets big. We've got to make that one trendier looking comparative to 1 through 4, but a good sheep as well in his own right. Let's put our hands together for all these kids. A really nice class out here.
Thank you, Glenn. Results of class number 8. In first place, Addison Perkins. Second, Reese West. Third, Dylan Pittman. Fourth, J.C. Sulcer. And in fifth place, Savannah Kostecki.
Well, once again, a nice class. Lean muscular sheep here doesn't get off his rear too well enough compared to those that we have out front. Uh, Good top sheep here, just has too much cover and condition there in our forerib, not big enough in our pin set. A nice looking lamb in terms of top line, not big enough hip. Funnels in our leg over here, one that gets drier flanked, one that's not big enough hip, doesn't have enough shape when you get right in behind him. Similar story here, that one just gets a little bit plainer. Big feet, good body, just gets a little plainer than what we need when we get on the side. At no point ever, when this one hit the surface, at no point ever was this one in this particular class getting beat in my mind. The one that leads off is the best handling. He's the trimmest. He's the most unique in terms of his look and his shape and his touch. He's not perfect right there in the base of his chest. We could pull that right back up into him just a little bit. That's an awful good sheep. He handles good. He wants to pull his back leg maybe just a little further underneath him than what's ideal, but an awful nice one there to lead off. He's more radical in his shape. He's more appropriate to his touch and his composition than the one that comes two in class. This 1 and 2 is very big rack, very big loin, pretty fresh to the touch, carries a little more condition and body wall than we need right there in our forerib. For me, not as dynamic looking, tightens up just a bit in terms of our flank. She actually gives up some bone work to the 1 and 3. This 1 and 3 is awful fun to look at when this one's moving, just great big legged and furry, and I like those things about her. You get that one in motion comparative to 2. That one shortens in terms of length of spine, gets longer shoulder, chest comes out a little bit more. You get right over and you just pet that top 3. That's the one that gives up the most shape, the most dimension, and the most touch. We have more shape and dimension in that pair at the front. That is a good one just from a build standpoint. I like the big feet. I like the natural width. Young lady, you do a very good job. That one just gets a little plainer looking and a little plainer to the touch. The thing is better in terms of flexibility, levelness of hip on the move, better in terms of her center than the silver sheep that comes 4 in class. From a sheer cutability standpoint, the 1 and 4 fits with our class winner the most closely. This one is very racked up, very shapely. Good job of feeding him. We get that one out in the motion, doesn't handle our hip and hind leg, not as fresh right there at the back edge of our loin, shortens up in terms of neck comparative to those that come in front of you, but that's a good one, and you've gotten that one fed well. That one is leaner and higher cutability than the 1 in 5. Sheep in 5 is the most moderate of the top 5 in terms of outline, the plainest and the least descript in terms of muscle shape. Still a high quality one that comes out good, walks good, travels okay, just a bit small in type and kind, not as shapely as we need to see. Put our hands together for all these kids. Good one right there on top.
Thank you, Glenn. Results of class number 9. In first place, TJ Rumsey. Second, Carlene Ross.
Well, good sheep that we have over here on this side as well. I think a pretty competitive class all the way down the line. A young lady's sheep that's got has had in the past some skin issue. One that's wide just gets a little plain. Young lady's got a real boxy one here, gets a little fat for me. One here gets just not descript enough in terms of top shape. A little soft here, need to be more shapely at our rack. Nice one here, not as big pinned, not as fresh loined as some of these that we have out here. And turn around and talk our top five. The one that leads off, that's the one that's the most genuine in terms of matching base width, shape, and dimension in his center of his skeleton and shape up high. You can see it from a distance. That's the most racked up one in the class. That's the biggest loin. That's the freshest handling one of the class. And by comparison with two, he just has so much as our class winner. He is better looking up through his front end, just a notch more elevated, if you will. I like his freshness to the touch better than the ones that come directly behind in class. This one in third, one that you like just from a cage standpoint. He gets neater at the base of his chest. He's better at his breastplate. He's more racked up than the one that sets four in class. I think as we set him in motion, he maintains a leveler look from his last rib back out to his hip. He's just not as punchy. He's not as bold. He's not as shaped up as one and two, but a nice sheep there. I like the way he looks. That one that comes four in class, I like the side shape, and that one stifle. He runs out of steam just from a balance standpoint. He gets longer in his shoulder, deeper in his chest, tighter and drier in his flank. Of the top four in this class, that one is the skinniest rack. He's got to be more opened up at his upper forerib and cage. He's got to be more shapely, more descript in his shape. We set that one out here in motion. Just want to change his underline. He's inverted front to rear. We need to change that. That one gets to move up if we can do those things. The most moderate one sits in five. That one's pushing just a little bit of cover, dries out in terms of the edge of her loin comparatively, runs downhill just a bit, gets longer shouldered, a little coarser, a little more open in terms of our blade work. Like to change the look and balance of that one compared to the four in front. Let's put our hands together. Very good class here, these individuals.
Thank you, Glenn. Results of class number 10. In first place, Zane Downey. Second, Tobin Prebish. Third, Jessica Stark. Fourth, Colbrin Klassen. And in fifth place, Deanna Young. After this class, we will need the first and seconds from class 6. We need Echo Bartles and Tessa Delmore. Class 7, Bailey Booth, Tobin Prebish. Class 8, Addison Perkins and Reese West. Class 9, TJ Rumsey and Carlene Ross. And in Class 10, Zane Downey and Tobin Prebish.
Okay, we have nice sheep on this side. There we've got a real stout one that gets open-shouldered and plain. This one we've got one that just gets a little high in his loin and tight in his flank. We've got one here that I like the feet and legs in this guy. The blue-pointed one there, he just doesn't have enough shape to him. Then we round out our class with one that's just a little narrow in terms of his rib cage and his upper hip. You get right in behind him. We have to make that one more dimensional. Get back around here and talk about our top 5. I think the pair and even the trio that sorts himself up do so from a leanness and muscularity standpoint. Land on the young lady here at this end of the class. She's got the one that's the most appropriate in terms of his touch. Fresh, one that's got more shape and dimension. Bigger pin, bigger hip, more depth of twist. Got more stifle shape than the 1 and 2. I like the 1 and 2 from the point of traveling in terms of shoulder angle and knee. I think there's a give and take there. This 1 and 2 just goes around the ring just a little bit better off of his front 2, if you will. For me, he's not as fresh to the touch. He's not as shapely behind his blade. It's a little drier right there at the edge of his loin. 2 nice sheep there, and I think some give and take and trade off. Like the touch, the handle, and the muscularity, cutability of 1. I like the genuine build of the 1 and 2 just a bit better. So some trade-off there. Young lady in 3 has one that handles pretty nice. That one's good. When you touch him, he's shapely at his rack. He's big from his last rib back. He gets up in his loin, gets a little more up in his loin when he travels. I like his underline. I like the fact that he's shallower chested. Comes to us good in terms of his center body and flank. He's fresher at the edge of his loin. He's longer in his hip than the one that comes 4. This 1 and 4 is longer bodied, very shapely right at his rack. Gets rounder in terms of his loin edge, and then you set him in motion. He doesn't handle his hock as good as the trio that comes ahead of him in class. Young lady, you've got a nice one as well. I do like the rack shape in that one quite a bit. Round out our top 5 with the white ewe-lamb here. One that just gets a little plainer to the handle and the touch. She's not as shapely as these that come in front of her. One that, for me, I think we need to change her rear 2, square her up just a bit, change her freshness in her loin edge from her last rib back. So good sheep here. Let's continue. hands together for all these kids back in your middleweight division. This is a very competitive set of individuals, a very competitive set of market lambs here. It's been an incredible division. I'll just tell you that. I don't think it's an easy decision out here with what to do. There are differences in types and kinds across the board. I would venture to say if you voted, there would be a big vote for a bunch of sheep out here. And so that says a lot for you as feeders, a lot for you as breeders, a lot for you as support help, parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, anybody else, ag agents, teachers, etc., that put a set like this together. The reason I say that is because it is a difficult decision, because there is so much quality that came out of this division. And therefore, you know, there's lots of little minute things that look at as we move them, as they go, as these kids show them, get off of them, hand show them, etc. Just watching them move around. I'm sure you have your favorites. I think I've got mine as well. Once again, put your hands together. I'll show you the two that I like the best out of this division. Well, good class here. Got one right here behind me. Gets a little deep and a little soft and a little plain to the touch. Young man doing a great job here. Has one that gets a little flat in his upper rib cage and not as muscular as he needs to be. This one's shoving his hocks and rounds out of his hip. That one gets flat down low and really needs to be bigger and stouter in his loin. Go a bit better off his rear too. And we get one down here at the end that's performed well, grown well. Just doesn't have enough shape comparative to these others that we have out here. Really good class, and when they came in, really frankly, for me, they sorted to a pair, and then I got out and judged them, and there's still the pair that's here at the front of the class. I'll have to use the young lady's dark sheep, blue blackish one here at the front, and one that I think comes to us truly wider at both ends of his skeleton, square and bolder, in the way he matches up at the end of his dock and his pin set. He's the squarest one in his hock going away, and you get on both ends of that one skeleton, and that one is awful good in terms of how opened up he is, how good he is in terms of his body and his cage and his touch. He has a little breastbone that pokes right out the front, and I like to change that. We set him in motion. He may want to duck his pin set just a little bit, but an awful nice one here. You know that one's dense because he weighs what the rest of them weigh, and he gets his dimension from width. He gets his dimension from that cylindrical cage and that muscularity. Young man's into a really good sheep, one that's sound, functional, practical, big cage, good in his top line, very fresh to the touch. For me, you get right in behind that one. He's not as good in terms of his hock set. He doesn't travel as true in his square going away as the young ladies that leads off. He's not as big in his upper hip, not as big in his pin set, but an awful good one there. More dynamic looking at his lower chest and more shapely than the one that comes in 3. Sheep in 3 beats the one in 4 because of the edge of his loin. He's less round, he's square in terms of his dock. I think he just fits together better when we set him in motion. Maintains a little square look to his hock. I wished he wanted to walk better, and you could move him more appropriately around the ring. That would make me like that one that much more. He gets just a little longer shouldered than the 2 that come in front of him. He's not as dynamic in terms or radical in terms of shape as that pair that come in front. No doubt he's not as shapely in terms of his leg as the one that comes forward. The biggest legged one in class, young lady, that one's yours. That one's also the roundest loin of the top 5 that we have out here. I want to lay him flatter at the edge of his loin. I want to make him proportion better from his last rib back to his hip. I want to pull his hock in just a little bit as he goes. That's an awful good sheep. For me, he's just not as good last rib back as we get right to his hip. He is more dynamic, more radical, fresher handling, leaner, better looking up through his chest than the one that comes 5th in class. This one in 5th is rock solid just in terms of proportion, in terms of balance. He's not as shapely, he's not as lean, he's not as muscular as those that come in front of him. Let's put our hands together for these kids. It's a very good class.
Thank you, Glenn. Results of class number 12: in first place, Danica Albrecht; second, TJ Rumsey; third, Addison Sharp; fourth place, JC Sulcer; and in 5th place, Sophie Rumrill. Another major sponsor of our show today is Town and Country Supply. It's our job to help you find the right feed for your animals. We offer feed with quality, guaranteed ingredients made to develop your cows, calves, heifers, steers, and bulls. Supplements are important for your cattle, and so is finding the right one for your operation. Whether you need QLF liquid feed, Smart Lick tubs, or pelleted complete feeds, our team of experts can advise you on the program that's right for your livestock. Stop in and see us here at the NILE, and come and visit us after the show at our stores in Bridger, Hardin, and Laurel, or contact one of our salesmen in your area. Some supporting sponsors of the NILE this year include Select Sires, offering an expanded sire lineup that includes more elite bulls from respected programs. Select Sires, Calving Ease, Carcass Cows. Stop by and see Jay Nansel at their booth in the trade show, or visit with your local Select Sire rep. Pine Coulee Bulls. Bulls bred and tested for convenience, efficiency, and profit traits. Pine Coulee Bulls sale will be March 13th, 2023 at the Wagon Box Ranch. I'm thinking that's 2024, folks. Hardin, Montana. This year selling 170 yearling bulls, thanks to Jim Stamfel and John Carroll.
Nice class here. I think we've got more variation probably in muscularity, cutability, and compositionally some challenges maybe than we've seen. And that's traditionally what happens as you get these things bigger. We get on this side of the ring. We've got one that's pretty wide and pretty stout, but pretty plain looking, deep, and get too much cover for me. We've got one here that gets a little plainer in terms of his look and his muscularity. Got one here that certainly gets small in terms of our upper hip, very narrow there, and just funnels in our leg. Similar here, but leaner. Got a pretty nice one here in terms of cage. Gets a little dry in terms of our loin edge. Have to get them bigger hipped than this one comparative, but good quality stock out here. Like I said, more ups and downs than we have seen. No doubt the one that leads off is the class winner, the best handling, the best built, the best looking, the one that's the most proportional in terms of handle, the best in terms of how that one progresses in his width. Good in terms of his underline. It's going to be fun to get that one back out here in division drive, but that is a very nice sheep. He's leaner in his forerib. He's more radical in his shape than the one that comes in two. This one in two has a little too much cover right there in her forerib. Not as fresh probably at her loin edge as she needs to be. Gets a little deeper in her chest, a little more open at the base of her shoulder. For me, she's better and more progressive in her underline. She's fresher skinned, fresher touching from her rack back than the one that comes in three. Sheep in three gets a little round on both ends of his skeleton. He's out here because he's muscular and he's lean. He's got the right kind of carcass composition. He's too narrow at both ends of his skeleton. For me, he is significantly leaner, bigger pinned, and more shapely than the one that comes four in class. And likewise, that one is bigger cage, more muscular, fresher loin, bigger hip than the one that comes in five. This one in five, that's a pretty good looking one up through his front end and chest. You set him in motion, he rounds at his hip, he ducks his pin set, he narrows at his hip. He gives up too much shape when you get right in behind him compared to all these above him in class. But good sheep out here, very nice one right there at the front. Let's congratulate all these exhibitors.
Thank you, Glenn. Results of class number 13. In first place, Echo Bartles. Second, Savannah Kostecki. Third, Katie Morrison. Fourth, Kaylee Landini. And in fifth place, Skylar Pittman. Folks, I have a key up here at the announcer stand. It says Longhorn Trailer Sales, Mount Pleasant, Texas. Looks like a key to a trailer. These were found. If you're missing the key to your trailer, come up here and get it, please. After this class, we will need firsts and seconds at a class 12 and 13 for the heavyweight division champion and reserve. First place in class 12, Danica Albrecht. Second, TJ Rumsey. Class 13, Echo Bartles and Savannah Kostecki. Other supporting sponsors of the NILE this year's Western Ag Reporter, serving the ag industry since 1940. Proud to be instrumental in starting the NILE with founder Pat Goggins holding the #1 charter. Stop by their booth, sign up for your subscription. Western Ranch Supply, serving the big country with the quality and service you can trust. Stop into their West End store located just off the Shiloh exit, a complete farm and ranch store from vet supplies to show supplies, or fencing to livestock equipment, saddles and tack, and a large clothing department. Thanks to Rob Erickson, Keith Robinson, and myself, stores in Billings and Great Falls. Rocky Mountain Compost. Our thanks to Rocky Mountain Compost for their continued support of the Nile. Again this year, they have supplied all our livestock bedding. Rocky Mountain Compost can supply all your livestock bedding too. They deliver to 7 states.
Well, good class out here. They get a little bit chubby. You can go ahead and bring yours. I've been talking 5 all day if y'all want to bring them around. Get a little bit chubby, a little bit soft. A few of them would say maybe out of the box in terms of body weight, which isn't a big deal to me. Frankly, I think it's more what they look like, how they balance in proportion. We've got some over here that are a little soft in their forerib, aren't lean enough and not high cutability enough. And then we trend down on this end of the line, and we've got some that probably are lean enough but don't have as much shape, as much muscle, as much dimension of shape as we see out here in our top 5. So good class here, even on big heavyweights. Certainly doesn't bother me from a weight standpoint. I think we just got a lot of quality. We lead out and had a trio that kind of sorted themselves up. They did that when they came in the ring. I felt like it was going to be interesting to see how it played out. The 2 trimmer sheep, the 2 sheep that are bigger in their loin edge, the 2 sheep that are more dynamic in their shape are up here on the front end of our class. I think that's appropriate for where we are from a weight and maturity standpoint. And with that being said, the one that's the neatest looking up front, the one that's the cagiest right behind his blade and the biggest in his forearm, the one that offers the most dimension right behind his blade back is going to be the young lady's blue sheep that leads off here. He wants to maybe pull his hock in just a little bit as we set him in motion. And I would like to change that about him. He's not quite as true in terms of his flank and rear flank that we see in the young man's that comes 2 in class. But in terms of just shape, in terms of body type, in terms of cage, in terms of being elevated up in his chest floor, I think he does those things certainly neater. We get on the side of him and watch him move. I think he maintains a leveler look as you read him from his last rib back through his loin, back out through his hip, comparative to the young man's in 2. Good sheep in 2, very dimensional when you get right on the side of him. One that's lean, he's bold, he's got a lot of shape, he's bigger loined, he's firmer to the touch than the one that comes 3 in class. He's bigger in his forearm than the one in 3. For me, I'd like to change him how he moves. I'd like to just reorganize the back part of his skeleton. He wants to get back underneath himself just a little bit. I'd like to change the way he drives off of his hock, if you will. But an awful good one there that comes second in a very competitive class. Young ladies looks really nice, propped up from the side. Get right on top of that one and touch him. He gets a little soft, a little plainer to his shape and touch. Comparative. I like that one on the move. He's flexible, he's big-footed, he's furry. All those things come together when we set that one in motion. He looks really nice. You just get right on top and touch him. He doesn't show us the expression of muscle of the shape we see in the pair that leads off. He is bigger at the base, at the surface, just in terms of foot size, and then he's shaggier, and then he's smoother in his loin edge, and just proportions better than the one that sets 4. That sheep is leaner. He's higher cutability than the sheep that comes 3 in class. Just gets a little plainer. You get right in front of him. You read his forearm and his cage. He just gets a little bit plainer comparative to that top 3. Well, why didn't you switch? Why did you switch that pair? Because I really like that one. I like that one standing still too. You get right up to him. That one is pushing way too much cover and condition right over his forerib. That's why he looks smooth that way. He is wider. He's stouter. But when you start talking about taking these to the rail at 170-something pounds, we've got to have that one leaned up comparatively, and I think that's what we see in the trend with the ones that we have in the first 4 of our class. I love the cage in that sheep. I like his big feet. I like his muscularity. That one gets a little rounder loin. That one gets a little softer in his forerib comparative to the 4 in front. Good sheep, good class. Let's congratulate all these kids.
Thank you, Glenn. Results of class number 14. In first place, Mackenzie Hoekstra. Second, Zane Downey. Third, Bailey Booth. Fourth, Wyatt Harrison. And in 5th place, Kinley Redding.
Well, been a good division, competitive stock out here from your first class down to this last class. They come in a little bigger, but they're really not that big. If you get right down to it, in the grand scheme of the world, I think we said 156 up here in the front and low 170s here in the back. So I do think there's some differences in flexibility, some differences in balance and proportion. For me, I think the front line and most of the back line handle really good out here in terms of when you put your hands on them, they just give you the right kind of feel and touch or shapely. They're fresh. We started out that first class. We had a real wide one here that led off, one that gets out just a little in his breastbone, if you will. That one is extremely cagey, very shapely, got a tremendous amount of muscle, shape, and width. It'd be nice if we could push that chest right back into him just a little bit. The second out of that class was one that wasn't nearly as dense from his last rib back, didn't give us that much shape, not as dynamic, and a look to his underline was a little bit neater at the point of his chest and just a little bigger outlined, if you will. Out of that second class, had a real stout class winner there, and one that progresses in terms of width, handles extremely good, very, very flexible out of his shoulder, and his knee set is very good. You get on top of him, he handles nice. He may be a little soft in his forerib, but that's an awful nice one. Followed out with one that's really practical and functional in terms of just basic build. That one gets a little soft in terms of forerib as well. Like to lean that one up comparative to the group that we have out here. And then just talked about the heavyweights, one that's extremely expressive, very good in terms of rib cage, comes out here of our heavyweights, one that just has the right kind of shape and touch, if you will. Get right in on the side of that one as they move. He functioned just a bit better out of his back leg than the one that comes second in class, but good ones out here as well. I think each one of them has their merits. Put your hands together for these kids in the heavy division, and I'll show you the two that I like best.
Your grand champion heavyweight Lamb comes out of Division 13, goes to Echo Bartles from Loma, Colorado. Reserve champion goes to Danica Albrecht out of class number 12 from Warden, Montana.
We'll congratulate these exhibitors that make it back out of their divisions. Let's put our hands together for them and let them know they've done a very nice job here. Very good kids that you've had in the ring today, and very, very good livestock. A more competitive show than was here last year, no doubt. Our quality stock, I think, done a better job of getting them fed, and certainly these young people have done a great job of getting them presented. As you look out here, I hope you can see similarities in build and in genuineness of width and muscularity. Trying to keep everything in perspective here with the type and kind that we need, the kind that need to look good. They've got to be functional, and then they have to be progressive in width. They've got to be the kind that shape up, and ultimately, folks, this is a meat product and a meat animal and a market animal, and we have to end up with the kind that deserve to be on the rail and on the plate of America. I want to say it's a good thing what you're doing here with your kids. I appreciate it. It's how we chose to raise our kids in the livestock ring, in raising livestock, in the ranching lifestyle, if you will, where we're at. And we chose to raise our children and our grandchildren up with livestock. And we're using livestock as that tool to teach and make these young people into mature adults that these are the leaders of our country. And every one of these kids that came in today are going to play a role. I will tell you this: we're at wild times in life, and we're not guaranteed. I say this quite often, and it's not just when we're picking a grand champion. I say this to a lot of people: you're not guaranteed anything. This is the moment that we have. We're not guaranteed an hour from now. We're not guaranteed tomorrow, and yesterday is long gone. So I encourage you to live in the moment, do everything the best you can. Don't let a person's judgment of the livestock you're holding dictate the rest of your life, because if you do that, then you probably missed out on what this was about. This is a great journey. Once again, put your hands together. I'll show you the two I like best.
Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. We're going right into senior showmanship. So we need class 1 of senior showmanship. So our horses exit the ring immediately.
Your grand champion overall market lamb of the 2023 NILE goes to Addison Perkins, Lovell, Wyoming. Reserve champion overall goes to Echo Bartels, Loma, Colorado. Some more supporting sponsors of the NILE this year is Opportunity Bank. They know there's value in a trusted banking relationship. They've got the products and people to support you, your family, and your business. Opportunity Bank of Montana. ShowFresh H2O is the solution to your livestock water drinking needs. By eliminating the chlorine in the water, it gets rid of the foul taste and smell that causes your animal to not drink. Hydration is the key to success from the barn to the show ring. ShowFresh H2O has helped exhibitors perform at the top level, bringing home countless championships and banners. From coast to coast and border to border, ShowFresh H2O is the most affordable and effective tool in your show box. Les Schwab is a proud sponsor of the Northern International Livestock Exposition. Safety starts at Les Schwab, including tires, wheels, batteries, brakes, steering, alignment, and more at leschwab.com.
Okay, what I'm going to do out here is we go through through our 3 senior heats. I'm going to grab the ones I like the best. They're going to be deemed finalists, and then they'll come back after our last senior heat, and we'll just gather us up a set out of each one of these groups that I think are doing a better job. Frankly, I don't give you much time out here. It's like tying calves. It's a timed event, and whoever gets to where they need to be in the most timely manner, the smoothest, and has the feet and leg placement, neck set, and those kinds of things more appropriate. That's what I look for. The best showman isn't always the one that shows the automatic animal. For me, it's the one that, or the ones that I like showing for my kid if my kid could not go in the ring. So that's how we'll do showmanship today. I'll grab the ones I like best out of here, and those will be finalists. Put our hands together, and we'll get the rest out. We'll do it that way, and that way you understand how we're working the ring and how we're sorting these young people. Unbelievably competitive heat out here. Lots of good ones. Kept a few more than what we did in the first heat. We're going to bring them back as finalists. Let's put our hands together for everybody that came out in this heat.
Exhibitors will need back for the senior championship showmanship out of heat number 1, Danica Albrecht, Echo Bartels, Tessa Delmore, Layla Sargent. Out of heat number 2, Cooper Anderson, Bailey Booth, Zane Downey, Kinsley Kojanis, JC Sulser, and Deanna Young.
Okay, kept 4 back out of here. Let's put our hands together for this particular heat. Great set of showmen, great set of young people. Put your hands together for all your senior finalists. Incredible set of young people doing an awesome job of showing these lambs. Um, every one of them's probably made a bobble here and there. All of them have shown well enough out here to, frankly, to win at one point in time or another. I just want to encourage you as exhibitors, keep up the good work, okay? Everybody around the ring is pulling for you, and yet I'm the person that gets to make the decision as to who's going to be our champion, who's going to be our reserve showman. There are 5 or 6 of you I think are just extra special in terms of just ring presence, feet and leg placement, um, head carriage on the move, body posture as you move, the way you work the ring, handle the ring, utilize the corners, etc. Those are all things that are important to me. Every one of you is doing a great job. That's why you made it back out here. As I said, everybody's going to have a favorite, and trust me, every one of you is someone's favorite. So you're doing a great job out here. Once again, put your hands together one more time. I'm going to get you your champion and your reserve showman.
Your grand champion senior showman goes to Zane Downey from Whitehall, Montana. Reserve champion goes to Kinsley Kojanis from Spanish Fork, Utah. Some more supporting sponsors of the NILE this year. NILE Stock Show is brought to you by the flagship station of the Northern Ag Network, home of award-winning farm broadcasters like Taylor Brown, Coulter Brown, Andy Schwab, and Brent McCrae. AM 790 KGHL and 94.7 FM. Tri-State Livestock News is a leading livestock publication in the upper Midwest, over 60 years strong. Published every Saturday, Tri-State Livestock News provides timely agribusiness news, rodeo updates, livestock market reports, and community event coverage in a 9-state region. Visit us online at tsln.com. Host Hotels. Best Western Clock Tower Inn is one of our NILE host hotels, located in the heart of downtown Billings and connected to Stella's Bakery. Other exceptional hotels that support NILE: Northern Hotel, Residence Inn by Marriott, Billings Hotel and Convention Center, the Doubletree by Hilton, Montana Trailhead Inn, Kelly Inn, and Town Place Suites.
Well, I kept 5 out of here. Let's put our hands together for all these in the heat. We'll bring these 5 back as finalists. Awful nice job out here, these young people.
Another couple announcements. Please remember reserve champion winners to visit the livestock office in the expo to pick up your reserve champion jackets. Special thanks to Dalio Western Wear for embroidering these special awards. If you plan to sell an animal in the Junior Fed Sale of Champions, please be sure to complete the yellow sale nomination form stating which animal you wish to sell and submit at the livestock office in the expo. Reminder, grands and reserves overall are required to sell. Also, if you submit an animal to the livestock sale, there is a chance it could be used in the livestock judging contest on Monday. The deadline to submit these forms, lambs and steers, is Saturday, October 14th, today by 6 p.m. Swine and goats tomorrow, Sunday, October 15th by 4 p.m.
Okay, put your hands together for this heat. I'm going to keep 4 back as finalists. Very, very good set of young people out here doing a very nice job. Congratulate them when they get back to the pen as well. Well, I got 5 out of here. We're going to bring back, let's put our hands together for all these exhibitors as they go back to the ring. Well, it's a great set of juniors that make it back. Picking on all of them just a little bit. Probably feet and leg placement needs to get a little better. Um, Livestock will cheat you when you think they won't, kids, and you need to look down and just look underneath. Quite a few of you maybe at different times have them either overdriving or they may be setting back a little from you. I couldn't tell exactly how much each one of you was getting out of them, so I had to just make one pass through and touch each one and see where you're at. For me, there is a clear-cut winner, showmanship champion out of this group. I think she has done an absolute phenomenal job. There is one that I think surfaces to be your reserve out of here as well. Put your hands together. I'll show you the two that work the best for me today. And congratulations to each one of you, and good luck on down the road.
Your champion junior showman is Colbrin Klassen from Beaver City, Nebraska. Reserve champion goes to Addie Cortez, Meridian, Idaho.
I'm going to keep back 4 out of these beginners. Really good set. All of them working hard. I'm going to visit with these. Let's put our hands together and congratulate them as they head back. Well, it's a tough call to make out here. I got 4 I'm going to keep back. We're going to release these other 4. Let's put our hands together for all these young people. I believe this is the most intense group of them that we've had out here, and that reads well. Young people, you're going places by doing what you're doing here. I think it's an outstanding group here in your beginners, as we call them. They're obviously lots of them not beginners. They've done it quite a bit. Let's put our hands together, congratulate them. I think they're doing a great job. I truly do. I think there's one that has set themselves just at maybe just another level out of the group. And then I think, honestly, each one of these young people at different points in time has won this competition as well. I'll get you a champion. We'll get you a reserve. Every one of these young people that have come in this ring today are winners in my book. Thank you again. We'll finish this up here. Once again, congratulate these that make it back out of this beginner. It's a great set of finalists.
Your grand champion beginner sheep showman goes to Halsey Middle Mist, Dixon, Montana. Reserve champion goes to Baylor Johnson, Benjamin, Utah. That concludes our sheep show of the 2023 NILE Junior Fed Market Lamb Show. Thank you all for coming. Hope to see you again next year. Safe travels going home.